Hello. Hot. What's up? Hello, all. All of the people. I really like this song too much. It sounds so pretty. Something about it just feels hopeful. You know? Like somber yet hopeful. I'm just trying to watch my own stream. Turn the sound off. That's there. Right, that is done. I think before I finish this, I will make a caption quick. Just so I get some, get the caption up first, I think, and then, we'll bring in some people to look at my content, and then, bam, blast them with a story. In like 5 hours when I'm done proofreading it. Or however long it takes me. Let's see. Oh yeah, my Photoshop wasn't working on this though. Photoshop's still not working on this? I don't even feel. Oh, there it is. No, that's not the right one. It's advertisements that Swagbucks is running. Let's see. Can I actually see things? Yeah, it looks like it's still not working. I don't know why. I didn't have this problem last time when I used Photoshop. Do I need to like change what it is? Maybe I just shouldn't have Photoshop up. Photoshop count as a game. Oh, that was my background. No, I'd say this one isn't coming up at all. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why I can't bring it up. That's weird. Well, it's just a picture side thing. So, I guess there's not that much to show. It would be nice to show it. I don't know why it's not working now. Unless for some reason this version of OBS doesn't support that version of Photoshop? It, like, shows the mini picture, but it doesn't show the whole thing. Very odd. And this, that is Discord. Yeah, strange. It has, like, it shows the display, but it doesn't show the display. You can even see the display down in the bottom. It's just a white screen, but it's not coming up on the... Well. I'll, keep it Photoshop anyways, and, we'll just pretend it's not there for now. Yeah, I've not touched that yet, but I will switch over to caption ideas really quick, and we'll write a caption. I haven't written one in a little bit, so it will be good to throw it up, regurgitate it, spew it, and then we can start our proofread and edit. And I think the Naruto story there is going to need a bit of proofreading and editing. At least I know a few paragraphs that I think I might just end up rewriting completely. But we'll see how that goes, I guess. Now, what picture am I using today? I know one of my people was sending me a bunch of pictures, so I think I'll use one of those. bunch of Cold Steel pictures. Provocative Cold Steel pictures, though. I don't know if I can use those. What is this? Why does it all have to be like beach ones? Can this person have like normal clothes? Why does it all gotta be explicit? That one's not terrible. I can use that one. Oh yeah, this isn't my pictures. Yeah, I'll just number that. The work we do for captions. It's not exactly a lot of work, but it isn't work. The important thing to remember. Wait, what? Fine, don't worry about it. What was the last Cold Steel one I did? I forget what I named these. I don't think I've done one for a little bit. I want to say I was at 5. 5-ish? 7. I was at 7. Red. Okay, so we're on 8. 8. We're on 8. Loady the pictures. I don't know why my pictures take so long to load now. Weird. Like, I know I took them from a different computer, and there's a lot of them, but I'm not sure why. Like, the first time it loads, it should save it in the memory, right? Weird that it's taken so long. Okay. Might want to edit this picture. Magic wand. Boop. That is not what I want. This picture. Background picture. Magic wand. That's erasing the wrong things. put too much effort into this stuff. Definition of more than what it's worth. This is the point where I wish I could actually show this. This has just not come up. You can see it in the little mini corner though. Does that count as actually seeing it? Save as PNG. Oh, get rid of it. I don't know why I'm making it, but I figured it would be better looking. I know, I accidentally deleted those parts of her again. Well, I mean, I don't want to go back. And can do my weird green short where person's eye color changes. Green's eye color, like, oh, green bean is transformed once again. Haha, funny. Right? That's what they said. Haha. Oh, man, if only you could see the work I was. For some reason, OBS doesn't want to work with Photoshop. That trash. That trash. Definitely no one asked for this. I'm doing it. Probably leave some of the shadow in here, but might as well get rid of all of it, right? We gotta erase everything anyway. this work in vain. I don't know if I should assume this thing will get deleted. Erase it and redraw it. Redrawing suck. How to draw. Redrawing. Also, not great. I just end up like coloring it in the pencil. I think the part that I got rid of though, I can delete entirely if needed. But we'll see how it looks. I mean, I guess we won't. I'll see how it looks. Photoshop can't be seen on OBS anymore for some reason, so someone else will. Well, I guess you'll be able to see it when I finish it. If I show it on TV and Darkvidge. You as in you, the viewer. You wacky viewer, you. Still bleeding. Under other arm now. Sometimes we gotta wonder if the effort's worth it. Put the eyedropper in here. Brush. Sir. Okay. Good, that doesn't look that bad. And I'm putting way too much effort into this. Can't even be seen on stream. Well, do this first. That one. Annoying. Should I just redo my my edit? Again. Yeah, I might have to redo this one. Oh. Why can't it at least be seen? I don't understand why it can't be seen. I don't think I have a weird setting on. It should work fine. Why can't it be seen in this area, but not up here? I really don't understand that. Well, let's try again. The master is at work. Finish that one. Parts of her pants got deleted last time. Under pants, they're shorts. Shorts. But they got deleted. Don't want that. Don't want to make your pants see-through. Shorts. Because then you'll see the background layer. Nothing else. Not redo. stuff. Forgot I can probably magical on these. Some of these are okay to be fun. Parts. Okay. I guess I can do this. So this is what we're looking at right now. we'll pretend. Not provocative picture. Yeah, when I save, does it like update live? Because then I can just pretend, right? I can just pretend. Let me see. Save that. Oh cool, they did live update it. Okay. Well then I can do that. We're pretending. Because Photoshop isn't working, right? We'll pretend. I'll just Control S a lot. I should probably... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that looks fine. Corrected that part. I guess on this kind of background it actually helps me see if I missed any areas. Because it can be hard to tell sometimes on just Photoshop. Those are the lines that you didn't fully erase. I don't think this is an official picture, sadly. This is someone's random fan art. We'll make do and throw people under the bus as needed. What? Oh. I think this would get copyright claims. Pretty sure it gets copyright claims. I didn't know that was in there. Ignore that music. That music was not in there at all. Pretend it wasn't there. Did I miss any other lines? Those ones are... So we're in bottom body part. Okay. We got that one there by the okay, and then by the part where the top just connects. That nice and yeah, that looks better. Of the hand and back. And back. Zoom enhance. For me, at least. Doing hand first. Too big. Two. And good. Okay, hand is okay. Now we just need back. The effort we do. Effort we... Start with upper back. At least what I'm calling the upper back. I don't know, should I give an outline to the hair? It's probably... Just that it's white on white. Maybe an annoyance. The parts where the hair gets cut off. Well, that it got cut off, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I ain't an artist. I'm just a writer. Using a picture someone sent to me. A caption. Whether or not it is their picture, it's not my problem. Because I'm going to throw the legal blame on it. It's their own faults for giving it to me. Is that all it? No. We got the very bottom. This part's easy to clean up though. I no amateur. Gotta get this part too. Okay, I think we are good now. Looks like a nice normal PNG. Okay, so we can trash this. What did I need in those caption sets? Trails of Cold Steel, okay. I did. I'm going to just do this again. I don't know. Our pretend work. Our pretend work. That is what we're going to use. I'm not sure how I'm going to set this picture right now. I'm still going to ask how to pronounce your name every time, but I'll just say hello without referring to your name and pretend like I definitely know how to say it. Every time. But yeah, I was just making a PNG for captions before I start doing my proofreading. Because I haven't posted a caption in a while, and I need that that advertisement for people to give me money. How do I want to put this? Can make it a totally different connotation. Oh, would that work? Looks okay. Looks like a trashy thing that I made. Now let's try it. How am I gonna make this one? Okay, I have it on that. Yeah, I have it on that Photoshop file. You probably never captured Photoshop on OBS before, right? Because I don't know if this is a problem I'm having or not. Or if, like, everyone has it. I also forgot. Streamlabs isn't making my messages last anymore. I think because I reinstalled Windows and stuff, it reset the rules I had to my chat box for some reason, even though that I didn't think it does that. I don't know, I don't know. What is it called? What the heck is it called? I want my doodle bob. There we go. What I wanna. There's my doodle bobs. Where the heck is the chat box? All widgets. Chat box. There we go. I think that's right. Always show them. I think that, yeah, I only want to show them unless I delete the chat. That works better. What do I want to make for this? I still need to play Trails of Cold Steel 3. Okay, so, Sleepy Girl. Everybody likes Sleepy Girl with 125 evasion, right? Can't get hurt. Really, real good. Guess they never missed her. Man, it took me like 40 minutes to erase that whole background. Making PNGs suck. I made another PNG a while ago for a thing my friend made me. Might as well show it because it took me a while to make this too. It had like a paper background, but I turned it into a PNG because a dual before and after. Just does. So this is the before. This is how it normally looks. This was given to me as a birthday present, art piece thing. Very nice. Monte Blanc Noland riding in Amaterasu from Okami. A baby one, because you know, cool. But the PNG that was made, this one, see, go everywhere now. You can just hop along wherever, because it's a PNG now. It looks really nice. Like, yeah, a PNG, hopping. Very nice. Very nice. But anyways, I don't know what to make for this. I know I need to make a caption. Changing the context of this picture completely though. I just go for purple eyes. Purple eyes make it rain. No, I think I'll do a random one. Can't be sleepy that much. That was the last comment I could remember. Where am I going with this? I don't know where I'm going. Middle school. Should I do that? Yeah, there you go. The conclusion is, oh, you turned into a sleepy girl? Might as well just sleep more. There you go. Got brought into a fantasy world. You became a sleepy girl that has incredible evasion skills. Might as well just go back to bed. Just one of those days. Just one of those days. Now I'll quickly edit this, upload it, and I can start reading for it. Forgot that you have to log into Grammarly. Grammarly isn't even that great. I just use it to correct my spelling sometimes, because it's better than Microsoft Word spell check with homophones. So, like the only reason I use it. But it's still nice. It's still nice for that. Even if I don't like it. Nice for them. What the heck was my account on this? I think that's right. Yes, that. Okay, there we go. Got that up. Okay. So anyway. You can't always be sleepy that much, can you? Always sleeping was a given for you. Why bother changing that? People always question it. People always question it. We're the ones in the wrong. No, that is not correct. People always questioning. People always questioning it. People always questioning it had to be the ones in the wrong. Yawning away, you shrug off the comments and find the next best park bench to fall asleep on. You know, one of these days, you're going to regret sleeping anywhere. Boom. Get brought into video game world. No regrets. No. Then again, being brought into the trails of worlds wouldn't exactly be the best. Unless you were one of the protagonists, I guess then you're fine. So since the person becomes a protagonist, I guess everything's cool. That was the first and last comment you could remember from that day. The next time you woke up from your nap, everything seemed so off. You were back at school, but the buildings were different. Rubbing your eyes, stretching from that hard park bench, it all felt so off. You could smell a pond and some flowers. Something about it made you want to just walk to them. Just walk right over to them. Walk right over to those wacky, kooky flowers. Huh. These flowers look so weird. Staring to those colorful flowers, nuzzled beside what seemed to be a pool building, you already knew you weren't at your usual school. Though even if the flowers look strange or out of some fantasy story, they're still calming. Oh, watch out! Normal voice. That's what someone would say when they're telling someone to watch out. A voice cries out from behind you, and a series of flower pots fall from above. Though somehow you avoid them all, taking one step to the side, one step forward. The pots crash against the ground, but you avoid everything without any dirt touching you. It was like nothing could even hit you. The boy staring at you was even impressed by the display. Wow, Fee. I thought you may get hurt, but wow. Wow. Did he call you Fee? Looking down at yourself, maybe things finally clicked. The green top squeezing at your budding breast. You're clearly shorter height. Clearly. The little short shorts you weren't even sure could be considered shorts. Wherever you were, Your body was now completely different. Completely. Unless you were like that in the first place, since being written in second person, you don't know the gender of the person. In case any females like to change into, I don't know, random video game character. Who knows? I don't know what people would read these. That's not true. I know exactly the people that read these. Did you just enter into someone else's body, or did you become her? It's a question for the masses. Wherever is one word. Wherever you were, Bonnie. Wait, no. Or in this context? Wait, no, it's only one E, right? Yeah, that's right. Never mind. Wherever you were, your body was now completely different. Did you just enter into someone else's body, or did you become her? Fee, what's wrong? Yawning into your palm. You really didn't care. You really didn't. Walking over to the side of the garden bed, you rub at your eye again. Get ready for another nap in the grass. She's like, yep, this is fine. Going to sleep. That fits this character. The person that was giving me these things to write stuff for was probably just like, no, I wanted you to make it like this. Just like, well, I made it like this instead. Get over it. Word for word. They're probably going to look at it and think to themselves these exact words. You were supposed to make it so I could do splooge things and have happy pee-pee time. I'm just like, no. But that's what they were thinking, word for word. Real quote from real person. Oh no. My stuff is doing the thing again, where it's not in. Did I bring up that bar? Don't remember how you edit this. All presets, properties, paragraph styles. No, not that one. Was it paragraph? There it is. Yeah, English US. Really needs to text actually be correct. Why is it not doing the thing? I need to look this up again, don't I? Photo. Stop. Words go right way. Choose world ready layout. I'm gonna fly out menu in the paragraph panel. This is the paragraph panel. This is the one in the paragraph panel. Oh, that was the right one. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, okay. I figured it out. Man, why does Photoshop have to be like that? But you don't, Photoshop. But you don't. What if you did not? A lighter green for top. Different persons. Red. Colored text in there. Be colorful. Everybody likes color. Position our text a little better. Size text. Move the text box. We got a cap. We have acquired caption. Has been completed. Number 8. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. At 8 quality, at 12 quality. Max quality. We'll show it off for no reason, but just because I made it, people should know that I made it. There, see, it's done. It has been completed. The words on this page have been translated. Run through an algorithm. Not really, I just copy and pasted it and colored it. But it has been placed here. And that is completed now. That means I can close this. I can actually proofread and edit the full real story. The full real life story that is completely fictional. I guess I would say non-fictional. It's definitely actually. Let me remember to actually post this first, since I just finished it. I should do that. I didn't go to my picture section again, and having a new, well, not new OS, new old OS can be confusing sometimes, because all your cookies stuff is not saved, and stuff. I'll speak good again in a little bit. I'll speak good when people's heads are getting ripped off. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Oops. Fire. B. Evasion. Okay, caption, model. No, we want character fee perfect. Oh, the weird doodle bop copy and paster thingamajig. Good stuff. Fun times. Funny haha message in description and post. We're good. We have become famous. Fame is now ours. Now we hooked them. We got a funny kooky caption. They're gonna go haha, and then we're gonna double punch them, smack them right in the face with a nice like 16-page story. 17 pages actually. And yeah, they'll enjoy that. Anyways, Naruto, egregious combination, however you pronounce that word, even though that I was the one who made the title. At times in life, people feel displaced, feeling like they were placed in the wrong body. They try their best to make themselves how they believe they should be, though such efforts can be fruitless. Or one alters the body they have so much that it may no longer even be natural. Sakura Haruno, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, felt feelings like this, because I told her to. The constant pang that she should simply have something else. Be something else. She was living within her master's shadow, even after she had proven herself. Though she was arguably smarter when she applied herself, she would never have a body. Like the beautiful Lady Tsunade. Just have to rub in that reasoning. Even if it was clear the things she did have, the things she would never have just made her long for them more. Apostrophe. Comma. Yeah, those are fine there. Lady Tsunade, please listen to me. Sakura tosses her cherry blossom hair out of her eyes in a huff. Her voice was eager and not afraid of being loud. Lady Tsunade, at least look my way. Getting out of work shouldn't make you this selfish. S's are always hard for me. The young medical ninja glares at her master, sipping away at a drink. Should I keep capitalizing master? I guess I should. I did it before, so there's no reason not to now. Even if Sakura was eager and loud, it seemed like she was not even getting glanced at. What a lousy... Crossing her arms under her chest, Sakura sits down across from Tsunade's desk. Working at the hospital now, Tsunade, instead of doing work, relaxed and drank away, not having to deal with as much paperwork as the Hokage job. Because that's normal. Not that she did much work in the first place. Sakura thought it sad enough, but almost figured her master would be in this state. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Do I like that? Instead of doing work, relaxing. There was no paperwork. I thought it sad enough. Okay, I don't need enough in there. Enough is redundant. Sakura thought it sad, but almost figured a master would in this state. after the latest village events. Okay, yeah. I know you're still upset over Hinata and Naruto, but you remember what you told me last time? Tsunade's eyes roll for a moment. Just a moment. And glare right into Sakura's soul. I probably don't need for a moment there. Eyes roll. And glare right into Sakura's. Yeah, apostrophe. Makes more sense. Oh yeah, you did that thing before, earlier. I don't have a lurk command. I wonder if I should make one. No one's usually here, so I don't care. Don't go getting snippy. I've had to deal with you drunk a few times, and the last time I dealt with you, you told me about a pretty interesting jutsu that could, let you take what you want. I had to deal with you. With your drunk? You drunk. Why does it want to say your? I don't feel like that's lousy. Correct? That's better. Don't go getting snippy. I've had to deal with you drunk a few times. Last time I dealt with you, you told me about a pretty interesting jutsu that could let you take what you want. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. I don't know if I used too many ellipses there, but you know what? It's my story. I can use all the ellipses I want. Even if I shouldn't. That's besides the point. Tsunade's mouth slowly opens as if realizing something. Her hand lowers to set her glass down. Rubbing out her chin, she rustles up her short blonde hair, trying to think hard. Till finally, she slams her fist into her palm, making the room shake. Of course! With glee, Tsunade jolts from her spot and runs right up to Sakura, lifting her up into the air and shaking her like she was some stuffed animal. Into the don't need up there. Glee, can have a comma. Stuffed crust. Into the air and shaking her. He was a stuffed animal. Why didn't I think of that? You're right. You're right. The sealed up jutsu I made. She swears more, so I should throw in like damn. That damn sealed up jutsu I made. Letting go of Sakura. Letting go of Sakura, she lands right on her butt. But Tsunade just turns around, starting to laugh. No. I don't need a button there. Letting go of Sakura, she... Dropping. Where is dropping Sakura? Dropping Sakura, the girl lands right on her butt. But Tsunade turns around, starting to laugh. Yeah. I was right, I am gonna have to edit a lot of this one. That's why you don't write when you're not feeling the best. But I guess at least it's somewhat done. I wonder how much stuff I'll have to edit out. I knew this one's gonna take a while though. Still on the first page, remember? We've been editing a while. But that's okay, as long as it gets done. And I won't be able to finish. I will be able to finish today. So that's good. I definitely have enough time. Anyways. Dropping Sakura, the girl lands right on her butt. But Tsunade turn. What? Actually, I can just make that its own sentence. I don't even need to start with but. Dropping Sakura, the girl lands. Nice, turns around. With more excitement building, Tsunade turns around, starting to laugh as her voice gets louder. Now, with more excitement building, Tsunade turns around, starting to laugh. Her voice getting louder. Yeah, that's better. With more excitement building, Tsunade turns around, starting to laugh, her voice getting louder. That bastard snake. I figured he'd try to steal it, so I kept it hidden. But I locked it away with an extra something. Let's see. Giving us some more flavor would probably help. I figured we'd try to steal it, so I kept it hidden, but I locked it away with an extra something. Not even that snake brat could get through it. I could read her voice like Liquid Snake. That bastard snake! I figured we'd try to steal it, so I kept it hidden, but I locked it away with an extra something. Not even that snake brat could get through it. And all those little secrets have remained tucked away. A jitsu that puts his to shame. Something like that. Yeah. Get Liquid Snake in there. Turning back towards Sakura, the so-called Lord Fifth frowns, the intoxication making her mood swings rather obvious. How am I supposed to use a dumb thing like that, though? Tsunade drags her feet back to her desk chair, back to her desk chair, and falls back into its sulking. I need help for sure. Clearing her throat, Sakura stands herself back up, dusting off her butt. Calm and calculating, Sakura had to make sure her case came out clear to her drunken master. Well, I can help you. All I want is your body. All I want is your body. All I want... your body, you know? Just... not in, like, the weird way. Like, the really weird way. Well, I can help you. All I want is your body. Let me have your body, Tsunade. I'll do anything to help you out. With whatever you may want. She wouldn't say may. With whatever you want. I just want your body. Remember that.
With her hand raised, Tsunade presses her palm to her forehead, and chakra starts to run through her. Her eyes suddenly get less hazy, her words not as bubbly or emotional, like she had instantly sobered. Her words not as bubbly or emotional as she instantly sobered. Yeah, I wouldn't need had there then if she just does it. My body. Tsunade is just Liquid Snake until the end of this, I guess. Looking at Sakura more sternly, Tsunade runs a hand along the side of her hip and leans back in her chair. What's wrong with the body you already have? I'm old, you know, Sakura. Even if I keep up appearances, if I really wanted to use that jutsu, I'd go after Hinata with it. I need your help. Track for a while. She isn't very skilled, so you'd manage fine. And then you could let me know where she'd be alone. Then I just need your help making sure she stays in one place. Looking back, Tsunade eyes over to her pupil, giving another glance over the less endowed body. If it's really just the chest, Sakura, I don't think you need to help. You need to help me with it. This could get us marked as rogue ninja. Despite the risks being spoken to her, Sakura shakes her head. Doesn't matter. With confidence. Spelled incorrect. No, it was just a comma. Sakura pats her chest and stares daggers back at Tsunade to show her determination. My reasoning is my own. The fact of the matter is I'll keep my word. I'll do whatever you need to make this work, so long as I get your body. I can start watching Hinata now, as long as it takes. You just get the jutsu ready with whatever you need. The two women stare back and forth between one another. They both want the same thing, really. Have a different body that would make them feel right. Or completely trash one other person, but that's besides the point. Opening a drawer of her desk, Tsunade takes out a key and tucks it between her breast. It's a pocket. Well... Looking out the window, Tsunade gazes over the village, watching passing townfolk as the sun continues to dip down over the horizon. I won't ask you what you want, since I intend to use it myself anyway. I want Naruto to be mine. If you don't get in my way, you can have my body. It wouldn't do much in that timid girl's hands anyway. Tsunade sighs slowly, biting at her lower lip. The morality of the situation was easy enough to question. I don't know how I'm doing. My not narrator voice for a second there. I was starting to do my my fake Zoro One Piece old parody voice on accident, but I guess I could do that. I just wasn't doing the full version. Actually, let me reread this part. Though I will make clear my own motivation for this. I'm doing... yeah, that's fine. I think adding this in will help a little. Just to clarify, let me read this again. I won't ask you what you want, since I intend to use it on myself anyways. Though I will make clear my own motivation for this. I'm doing this for a completely selfish desire. I won't hide it. I want Naruto to be mine. If you don't get in my way, you can have my body. It wouldn't do much in that timid girl's hands anyway.
Yeah, that's fine.
Tsunade sighs, slowly biting at her lip. The morality of this situation was easy enough to question. But it was what she wanted. The best way she could justify things would be to say she would be helping Sakura.
The best way she could. Why did I not read that? Stare at incorrect word. Read the sentence, but use the corrected word that I didn't put in.
The best way she could justify things would be to say that she would be helping Sakura. And helping Hinata too, since Naruto would probably like a more outgoing girl. That's one way to rationalize your villainy. If you really do want to do this, I'm going to start getting things ready. It'll take some preparing. Let me know if you if you notice anything of note. Grabbing another item from her desk, Tsunade thrust away his communicator into Sakura's hand and exit her office, speed walking to the exit of the building.
It's important to note that she was speed walking. Like, slow down. Preparation's fine.
It'll take some preparation. Let me know if you'll notice anything of note.
Yeah, that sounds like something Liquid Snake would say. Which is definitely how Tsunade talks. Same person. Cam Clark voiced Walt. Okay, where are we going with this?
Alone, within the office, Sakura walks over the window herself and watches the people walk on by.
Well,
thinking to herself calmly, Sakura squeezes at the windowsill and pushes open the window.
I guess I'll start shadowing Hinata. Finally, after all this, I can finally get what I want. I won't let some bad thoughts get in my way. I won't let some bad thoughts get in the way of that. A knucklehead like that probably just likes her because she always stalked him around. Yeah, nothing to worry about. I just need to get this done and get what I want. Alright. Not just pumping yourself up. The next day... Stakeout, Jitsu, Age... Maybe not that one.
The next day.
Sakura's
stakeout began in the night. With medical jitsu, she did not even need to sleep. Because why not? With the morning sun up, she finally was starting the real stalking mission. Hinata getting out of her bed, eating breakfast, bathing, brushing teeth, getting dressed. Sakura kept watching it all. A Hyuga clan member could catch on, but with the current golden age, security was relaxed around most clan areas.
This really is simple. I've been watching her since last night, and not even the guards around here notice me. Not even the guards. Around here noticed me. Specialized visual jitsu. That's not a speaking line. It's not your line, it's a descriptor. You get it right. You gotta do it right.
The specialized visual jitsu was not scary if it was never used. Hinata moves, and Sakura does as well. All with no one even looking her direction, as she goes from roofs to bushes to roofs again.
Looking
direction as she goes from roofs. Trees. She goes from roofs to trees, bushes to roofs again. Luckily for Hinata, luckily for her, Hinata does leave the clan area and begin to get into the center of the village. Sadly, Hinata's day is nothing to look at with awe. Sakura only starts to get mad at Hinata's actions. They're supposed to be dating, but she still stalks him? I want to strangle. Because they rip heads off, and it's about necks, so it's funny. Strangle? They're supposed to be dating, but she still stalks him? I want to strangle this girl. Luckily for Sakura, her inner voice could not be heard by any. The next day. The next day. I actually did that, but that's fine. Watching Hinata was like watching paint dry in a way. The girl even had several copies of the same exact outfit. They all do though, so that's okay. They all have the same outfit. Even Sakura would change her clothes more than that. Her daily routine, going into town, watching Naruto till he notices her. It was all the same again. Reporting back to Lady Tsunade, Sakura only had one thing in mind. How far along are you? Scoffing into the mic, Tsunade's voice sounded a tad gruff, like she too had not been sleeping but did not use a jutsu aid. I've had to run some tests to make sure it works properly. Set up the failsafe. I'm making a quick formula as well. I'll be done in another few days. The next day. Finally, something different comes up. Instead of going toward the village like normal, when done with the morning routine, Hinata heads out of the village. Finally, something new. Rolling her eyes, Sakura keeps following along. Through the forest path, Hinata leads her all the way out to one of the many training fields that circle around the war monument. Circle the war monument, that's fine. Hinata leads her... Yeah, I can get rid of that. Hinata leads her out to one of the many training fields that circle the war monument. A training zone? Really? Training zone? Really? Say it more begrudgingly, Sakura, it's okay. Rolling her eyes, silently within the trees, Sakura watches Hinata take a fighting stance and begin to strike at the wood. Training dummy. Grabbing at her shirt collar, Sakura mumbles away to Tsunade about the new development. Lady Tsunade, it seems Hinata goes to the training field sometimes, by herself. The one she's using is pretty far from the others. Scoffing again into the microphone, Tsunade booms her words in reply. That sounds like the perfect spot then. The next time she goes there, call me right away. Even if it's tomorrow. Whenever she goes again, I should be done setting up. If it takes a little extra time, it'll just let me refine a few things. Thanks, girl, Tsunade. The next day. It felt like it took days, but finally, Hinata turned on the path and went toward the training field right away. Sakura passes the message along right away. Sakura passes the message to Tsunade with haste. It's on now. Go to the spot I told you about. She walks, so it'll take a bit. She's just passing the village gate. A giddy Tsunade mumbles into the mic, and then Sakura's communication is cut off. Oh, well, I guess she got the message. Getting back to the matter at hand, Sakura keeps falling behind Hinata, watching as she enters the training grounds. The clock slowly ticks in Sakura's mind, watching Hinata pass by the different areas and finally enter into the usual one. I wonder if Tsunade made it in time. All she told me to do was make sure Hinata stayed in place. Is she going to give me some kind of signal? Question mark? Signal? Signal? Is she going to give me one? Just one signal? Hinata Hyuga, a quiet beauty of the hidden leaf, pale skin, and ample chest, beautiful long black hair, and even stylish looks. Even if timid, she made sure to always keep up her training. Her gentle fist style had to be in good shape in case something happened. She did want to make sure to be able to help Naruto, after all. 1, 2, 3. A palm strike to the dummy. Switch hand again. Hinata's arms moved swiftly and exact. Even if she was not the best fighter, a training dummy was no challenge for her. Though, it did not change her timid voice and usual submissive behavior. That word. Even when she tried to speak louder, it was just like a barking puppy. Huh. I can do it too. If Naruto needs me, I'll be able to protect him for sure. Russell. I don't know why I make the sound effect, but I do. Okay. Deep within the bushes, just a few meters away from the training dummy post, Tsunade lurks, eyeing the object of her desire known as Hinata. Isn't it eyeing? Aying? Was I saying aying? Lurks aying. Hey there, brother. No. She really does train away. Good. The body she has will have some muscle then at least. With mine and Sakura's knowledge, we should be able to adjust quickly. Orochimaru sounds. I'm just being dumb though. Just a little silly. Anyway. Taking a scroll out that had been tucked between her breasts. Well, no, because you can use a singular one for the... whatever. I'll just leave it at that. Tsunade unfurls it and presses the open side against the grassy ground. Waving a simple hand sign with just one hand, the blank ink lettering of the scroll sinks into the ground and begins to circle around the training area Hinata stands within. Circle the training area? Around and just. Usually it's just. Adjust, really... Well, not adjust. Just. The word just, J-U-S-T, I use that way too much, usually, and I always delete them when I do my proofreads. I don't know why I do it. I just do. This size should be large enough even if she steps away. Now I think it's time to start. Hinata's palm gets a bit scuffed and smudged from the dirt log she keeps hitting. Still, with each strike of her palm, some bark starts to chip, and then they would even start to splinter in places, making sure to coat her palm in chakra right as she hits. Hinata avoids getting wood stabbed into her hand. Huh. 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 I don't know why I wrote that part. Each strike was a bit harder than the next, till finally, the whole log smashes apart and Hinata pivots herself to the side to start striking the next log in line.
I know I can. I still need to... I still need to be useful to Naruto.
Sakura's eyes were kept locked on Hinata, though she luckily notices the ink starting to encircle the training field.
Yes, the machinations of my plan have finally come to fruition. That's not what I wrote at all. Yes, finally she got here. I guess that means I should start my mission.
Walking out from the bushes, Sakura quickly throws the twigs and leaves from her hair and raises her voice for Hinata to hear.
Oh, Hinata, that you? I didn't expect to see you all the way out here. Yeah, that's fine. That is an expression. People say all the way out here. People say that. That is a real word that people say. That is a real thing, people. Am I on page 4 already? It doesn't feel like it. I shouldn't say already either. It's like already almost been 2 hours. But I think when we get to like page 8, I think after that was my sloppier writing day. So I think I might have to correct like a few pages there. I think yesterday's writing, I think most of that might have been okay, but I think I might need to change a few things of how events played out. I might need to spice up a few details also about like the blood. I don't even think I called the blood crimson. Like, that is like... That's not something you do. You gotta call blood crimson.
Turning around quickly, Hinata wipes some sweat from her forehead, her breath panting from working her muscles. Her breath in a pant? Yeah. A breath in a pant from working her muscles.
Hello, Sakura. I didn't expect to see you either. How come you're out here? The field is pretty far from the others. This field is pretty far from the others. Yeah, that's fine.
Tapping her foot against the ground, Sakura brushes her hand over her tunic. Sakura brushes her hand over her tunic with just a pair of black spats under it.
Well, I had to describe my outfit, so that's why I'm here.
Patting at the sash around her waist, Sakura cocks her head back, gesturing to her butt.
I brought a bag with me. Tsunade wanted me to grab some herbs out this way today. A special case came up, so we've been trying a few things to see what would work. The herbs in the denser part of the forest work better. So here I am. You know how it is. She has me run all over the place for her.
Sighing, Sakura shakes her head, disappointed. Her acting, at least, always came off as real, since she was not fully lying anyway. Not being a medical ninja herself, Hinata rubs sheepishly at her cheeks and looks to the ground,
Oh.
poking her fingers together. She mostly just wanted to avoid having some awkward conversation so she could get back to training.
Good luck with that, I suppose. I've just been training, so I'm going to keep at it, alright? Just leave.
Hinata seems like someone that would do that. Before Hinata gets the chance to turn around, Sakura grabs the shy girl's shoulder and keeps her from her facing her way.
Hold on. Keep talking to me. It's not awkward.
No. Smiling softly, Sakura gives a careful squeeze at Hinata's shoulders, making sure she sounded as kind as she spoke. Sure she sounded as kind. Making sure she sounded as kind as the word she was saying.
Hinata, we're friends. I can help you out with training if you'd like. These herbs can wait. The patient isn't in any immediate danger. If you want some help training, you can just ask me. It'd be better than using a bunch of logs anyway, right?
Letting go of Hinata's shoulder, Sakura walks right up to one of the logs and simply flicks it with her index finger, making it break apart before the girl's eyes.
These logs won't do you much good anyway. It'd be better to train on a moving target, right?
Tsunade's foot snaps against a branch, but the girls pay her no mind. It was covered up enough by Sakura's display of strength. Walking around the encircled area, Tsunade... Area does not need to be capitalized. Should not be there. Tsunade steps out from the bushes herself, though not letting herself be known, like Sakura. All right, brother. Weaving hand signs, together, Tsunade begins to channel her chakra within the inks encircling the area. Having everything in place, the only thing she would need to do is weave the final sign. Everything was perfect. Sakura did her job perfectly. Nothing could ever go wrong. Sakura noticing Tsunade, the brash girl even gives a wink back. The plan, had succeeded. Now!
And then, it gets ruined.
What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
Is that what Ina's voice would be?
The Jutsu had activated as intended. Though Sakura and Tsunade both had never expected one thing, right as the Jutsu was activating, Ino Yamanana, whatever her last name is, of all people, a fellow medical ninja stepped in to the circle. Though Sakura and Tsunade had been preparing themselves for changes, they had not prepared themselves for this sort of outcome. Slurp.
It's like that. That's what happened. It's like that sound. Like a that sound. It's a good sound. Good sound.
Sakura was the first to adjust to the sudden change. Her neck felt like it was bubbling almost with pus, yet nothing was there as she touches it. The Jutsu activated instantly, just like Tsunade had described.
Ah, jeez.
Shaking her head, Sakura's shoulders feel stiff. Her fingers move a little after her body tells it to. Looking down to her chest, her breasts were larger, and a gray top hugged against them. This isn't right. Sakura carefully drags a foreign hand along the very different body. She had expected the different size, though the body was completely different than what was advertised.
This is Hinata's. Tsunade, this thing didn't work at all. I thought you said it couldn't mess up.
Yeah, but if it didn't mess up, then I couldn't make the story artificially longer. But you don't need to know that. I want to change that part down to... Oh, great. What did I name that file? Crap, I don't remember. What did I name you? Yeah, I have to wait for my pictures to load every time. Probably named this, right? Yeah, I did. Looking down to our chest. Top style is different. Okay, let me see this. Looking down to our chest, our breasts are larger, though a gray top hugs against them. It normally would have been fine, but no green jacket was on our arms. The top style is different. This isn't right. Okay, yeah, then that's better. That's better. Just make it a little more clear that it is not the body she had wanted. Oh, got that wrong. The changes to all the girls within the circle. The changes to all the girls within the circle had happened. No smoke was there to dramatically reveal them. Sakura could see them all right there. Though she could still barely believe it herself. Tsunade was wearing a long purple split skirt, and a top showing a midriff of the same color. Though Tsunade's face was the same, the body... The body was completely different. The neckline even had different skin tones where things had split off.
Where the head
had split off.
I do not need to say things if it's very obviously the head. What am I doing? What are you thinking, me?
Well...
Grimacing.
Grimacing, Tsunade rolls her eyes, looking at Hinata and Ino holding their heads in confusion. It's supposed to work, but clearly our choices got mixed up. Squeezing at the new chest, Tsunade sighs in disappointment. Yeah, this is all wrong. I didn't want that brat's body. We'll have to start over again. Why did she even show up here, Sakura? grabbing at the thought to be Tsunade. Hey?
Is that silent? What? Grabbing at the thought. Oh, I meant sides. Side. Grabbing at the thought to be Tsunade. Tsunade's the conjunction I need.
Grabbing at the thought to be Tsunade's side, Ino lets out a few panting breaths. Tsunade's side, Ino. Grabbing at the thought to be Tsunade's side, Ino. Grabbing at the thought to be Tsunade's side, Ino pants slowly, trying to regain her sense. She felt like Jello standing up was a task in itself, like she was exercising past her limit.
What the heck was that?
Looking at the green cloth being gripped in her hand, and a rather large chest to boot, the person before her.
Why does it want to say she? No, the person before she. Oh.
The boot. The person before her seemed to be Tsunade. Though lurching her head up, Ino jumps back, right away seeing Nana before her.
What the heck am I even looking at? Get away from me. That's how Ino talks.
Bumping her arm into Sakura, the green, pale-eyed girl cocks her head back, the same startled reaction repeating.
Not you too. Is that Tsunade back there? What the?
Finally realizing to look at herself, Ino pats a rather flat chest and narrows her eyes at Sakura.
Is this some kind of joke? I said you had a big forehead, but that doesn't mean you need to try and make my chest as small as yours.
Totally normal. Just wait until we get to the scene with all the blood. Anada, joining in the confusion party, looks over her own body, the skin tone being varied and her clothes being different was throwing her off enough.
What is...
Looking to the rest of the group. Looking to the rest of the group, Nana takes a step back.
You know, her body's... you know, it's our bodies, our heads. This is... What's going on, Sakura?
Carefully whistling away, Tsunade grins towards Sakura, clearly glad she was not asked for an explanation.
Oh, well...
Rustling up her hair a little, Sakura sighs, more frustrated than anything.
Ino seems to have gotten in the way. A failed jutsu. I'm sure Tsunade can help us, though, so don't worry about it. Our bodies are just sort of mixed up a little.
Tsunade's eyes glare. And Sakura, but she pushes her out of the way regardless. Our heads are swapped, the easiest way to put it. Look at our necks, the skin color varies there. It makes it look like our heads got cut off and put on different bodies. Don't worry though, I can fix it. I just need Ino there to keep still. Eye twitching, Ino shakes her head.
Worriedly. Worriedly. How do you spell worried? Worriedly. That one. That is the one I want. None of this even makes sense. What sort of failed jitsu would switch our heads? And why the heck do you need me to correct it?
Sakura and Tsunade both look at each other, trying to find an answer. Just making, you know, take another step. Trying to find an answer. Though the hesitation. Though the hesitation makes Ino take another step back.
Oh, we are moving. Hinata, I think they wanted you.
Blinking surprise, Hinata holds her hand to her chest and looks at the two girls in question.
Me? What do you want with me? This doesn't make sense. How come you're not both saying anything?
Grabbing hold of Hinata's wrist, Ino leaps even further back.
With her both getting a good...
Grabbing hold of Hinata's wrist, Ino leaps even further back. Getting a good few feet. Getting a good few feet away from the circle training ground.
We can figure this out ourselves. You can go mess with someone else.
Good job, Ino.
Out ourselves. I said ourselves. We can figure this out ourselves. Oh, I scrolled down too much?
A few beads of sweat roll down Tsunade's brow, her fists clenching as she watches her old body get further away from her. Damn it all! Hey, you two! You don't understand! Get back here now! Sakura pushes her hand against Tsunade, forcing her to stop before she leaps away in chase.
Wait, calm down. Wait, can't me and you just swap? Then you get what you want, right?
Leaps away in touches.
Does the Fae just want to comma? Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't want to comma.
Tsunade stands there, perfectly still for a moment, but shakes her head, concern filling her eyes. I'd rather you not want to come after me for any reason. But not just that. If they go around like that, before I get to complete the Jitsu, it'll cause more problems. If people know about the Jitsu, then us changing would just get reversed anyway. We don't need to deal with more problems. We need to grab Ino and then go after Hinata and get them both.
Jitsu? Jitsu? Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to. No, it's fine. Nodding. Final Fantasy XIV powerful stern nod. I hope we get to powerfully stern nod at the end boss of the game. And that kills it. Then the credits roll. That's it. And then the moon blows up. Guys.
Biting at biting at her lip. Sakura nods and pats Tsunade on the back.
Fine, then let's go grab them. We're both prepared for this and know how it works better. Nana will be confused. Ino may be able to figure a little out with her knowledge, but she's never been as good as me, so I think we can manage.
Both nodding to one another, the girls jump into the trees and begin to dash on. Looking for their targets.
Both nodding. That's fine.
That's okay. It's okay. Panting against the side of a tree, Ino groans softly, still making sure to keep Hanada's hand firmly in her own.
This is like BS. Does she really think she can just snatch someone's body away and do whatever she wants?
Panting as well, Hanada wipes some sweat from her forehead, trying to keep an eye around herself. Her Byakugan acted. Her Bakugan, Battle Brawler, activated.
I want to make sure I spell this correctly. Byakugan Battle Brawlers and the battles begins. I capitalize Byakugan? I don't know. I guess? I'm not sure. I don't see them, but do you really think they'd do something like this? Why would they want my body of all things? This doesn't make any sense to me. Should we just go talk to them?
Grabbing onto Hanada's shoulders, Ino looks up to Hanada.
This is really weird being shorter. Not that I'm that tall. Not the point. Hanada, look what just happened to us. Our heads are on Tsunade and Sakura's bodies right now. Their intention... They intended to switch heads.
Breathing out slowly, Ino gives the shy girl's now broader shoulders a shake.
Try to understand, they didn't want me to be there, so that means one of them wanted your body, and the other one wanted the other body. I don't know what exactly they want. I don't know why they would want to do this. Why would they do this now? I don't know if they are under someone's control or what, but they're being weird.
Sighing again, Ino tries her best to keep her breathing normal.
These bodies, they're hard to adjust to. Our brains won't be able to use them as well. I don't know how those two managed to be moving so easily unless they hadn't been preparing for it.
Trying her best to connect the dots, Hanada nods slowly.
Ino, though...
Not still, it was hard for him. No. Oh, it's mine. You know, seem... Okay, let me see. Trying our best to connect the dots. Hinata nods slowly. Still, it was hard for Hinata to accuse anyone of betrayal. Hinata's mind. Ino seemed a little too quick to accuse their friends and former Hokage of something terrible.
I don't know. What you're saying... It is true that we're having trouble and they seem fine, but though, I mean, Sakura and Tsunade, I don't think they'd try and take my body away, would they? What reason could they have to take my body? I'm not a strong ninja. Our heads just swapped after all. They didn't even get my eyes.
Scratching at the back of her head, Hino found herself unable to fully answer the question herself. Unable to answer the question. You don't need herself there?
Well, they would have the Hyuga blood, so maybe Tsunade? Though I guess I don't see a lot of point in that either. The point is they clearly... the point is they clearly wanted to do something. I don't know, Hinata. I think it'd still be best for us to get back into the village.
Perfect.
Not planned.
Freeing her hand from Ino's grip, Hinata's hand holds both her hands to her chest, shyly fidgeting in place.
But I don't think we'll be able to manage much like this. Can we really even get back like this?
Groaning, Ino snags Hinata's hand back and starts pulling her forward, pushing some branches out of the way as she walks.
Who knows? We have your vision still. If you see them, we'll just go the other way and keep skirting around them. Even if they're faster, if they never reach us, we don't have to worry. Whack.
Tsunade's eyes the broken branches and footprints along the forest floor and keeps following along Sakura. Not too far away. Keeps following. The track. Keeps following the track. Sakura not too far behind her. They can't even run properly through here. This should be easy enough. Sakura. Speeding up to catch up, Sakura nods toward Tsunade a few wires within Sakura's hands.
I've set up traps going back already. Doubt they can deal with them in their current state. You want me to circle around?
With a grin, Tsunade nods and points forward. Set up traps by their exit points. They'll try and keep away from us. Though with their chakra control screwed, I doubt that bashful girl will be able to help much. The range will be cut, though. Cut enough that you can get around easy. Thud. That's fine. Ren can have a comma. That you can get around easily. The range will be cut enough. That you can get... Range will be cut enough. The range will be cut enough that you can get around easily. Easily is fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's acceptable. Okay. God. What page is this? Okay. This is page 8, I guess. That's pretty good. Pretty good. We're getting to the point where I'm probably going to edit some more
Editing can be such a slog. I mean, reading aloud takes longer in general. But editing with it adds to the time. Which is fine. It's fine. I guess. Blah, blah, blah. Move them. Looking at my comments real quick to see if that caption was hot button topic. Stretch arms. Stretch Armstrong. Whoever the heck that is. Yawn a few times. I guess the good thing about proofreading is I don't have to put in that much effort. So if I'm yawning and stuff, I can still keep working.
Falling to their knees, Hinata and Ino both pant away, quickly looking around themselves. Okay. Falling to their knees, Hinata and Ino both pant away, quickly looking around themselves. Hinata still getting the worst treatment of her new old body. Gasps out her words.
I don't...
Hinata tries and calms her breathing, squeezing at the side of a tree to help herself back to her feet.
I don't think they're following us here. It's hard for me to see far. This body too. I feel like my bones are aching too quickly.
Rolling her eyes, Ino shakes her hand from Hinata and crosses her arm under her flat chest.
Well, crap. Tsunade uses jutsu on herself. You're probably feeling more of her real age. Even if she's trained herself, less chakra at your control probably makes the de-aging jutsu lose its effect. Sakura's body feels pretty nimble. She has nice abs too. Just like side note.
With a tad touch of envy, Ino pats at her toned stomach.
She at least has some things going for her. But I can't channel chakra very well either. I can't channel chakra very well either right now. Nope.
Tsunade hops down from the trees, landing right in front of Hinata.
Hello there. Face it. Face.
Ino and Hinata both stand back, their backs hitting against a tree as they stare at their chaser, startled. Kind now. I don't want to hurt either of you physically. Just calm down and stay still so I can get my jutsu ready. That's all you need to do for me. You want your body back, right, Ino? Tsunade holds out her hand to Ino, not even looking in Hinata's direction. Slapping the hand away, Ino punches Tsunade right in the gut, making her fall back on her butt.
You're really being way too shady. If you wanted to try and convince us, why don't you do it better next time, body snatcher?
Squeezing at Hinata. The girls start running again through the trees. Leaving Tsunade there alone. Damn. Tsunade rubs at her stomach and sighs slowly. That kind of hurt. Ino, of all people. Couldn't we have gotten one of the stupid ones to stumble in? Why her, of all people? I guess me and Sakura will just have to be a bit mean then. Instead. Snap again. Ino and Hinata both turn back. Turn back to back, on guard. Ino and Hinata both turn back to back on guard, but the snap had not been a branch. Looking to her ankle, Hinata sees a wire had broken. Not been a person. Looking to her ankle, Hinata sees a wire had broken.
Ino, a wire.
Ino and Hinata both look startled. What? It's not that, is it? Pretty sure it's not. Disconnect alarm. Guess it is. Ino and Hinata both look startled, Annette quickly springing up from under them and pushing them against each other. The net closes at the top and leaves the girls both dangling in the air, squished together.
Ino, wait, stop.
Fidgeting and pushing, Ino tries her best to break free from the net, but the most she was doing was pressing her hands into Ino's into Hinata's chest over and over to make a presumptuous scene, making the poor girl blush and squirm awkwardly under her.
Like, damn it. Sorry, Hinata. I'm trying to see if my foot... Trying to see. Even if I can just grab a shuriken. I think I can manage that.
Biting at her lip, Hinata wiggles a little more in place, her eyes widening.
Actually, press on me like that again.
With a twitching eye and blushing face, Ino turns her head away from Hinata.
Like, what are you saying? We don't need to do something like that right now. I said sorry.
Shaking her head quickly, Hinata pushes her chest against Ino's palm herself.
No, I mean, Tsunade, there's something between... If we can get out, then maybe we can cut the net. If we can get it out, then maybe we can cut it out.
Rolling her eyes, Ino begrudgingly pushes her arm between the bosom further.
Yeah, just try and hold still.
Fishing around for anything of use, Ino tosses all manner of items on the ground, though most of them are different IOUs.
This is a lot of paper. There has to be something in here.
Finally, Ino's finger flicks against something metal, grabbing hold of it. Grabbing hold of it, though, causes Anana to flinch and whimper.
Just hold still, alright?
Getting grumpy with the whole situation, Ino angrily yanks a scalpel out and begins to cut at the ropes, finding them. Finding them both.
Jeez, I knew she was a weirdo, but really... Jeez, I knew she was a weirdo, but really, why does she store all her crap there? Come on, cut faster.
Snap. Again. Hinata and Ino both fall to the forest floor, on top of one another. Standing up, they were already a bit achy, but Hinata was feeling the worst of it, not knowing how to use her body properly.
Hey.
The shy Hinata grabs hold of Ino's arm, pointing out into the distance of the forest.
I'm not sure how much more we can really run around, but it looks like they aren't over there. They're both coming towards us now. We need to move. Now.
With another long sigh, Ino scropes Hinata. Scoops Hinata up into her arms. And starts bolting through the trees as fast as she can go. Scoffing under her breath, Ino could feel the chakra coursing through her. Well, fine now. What Tsunade said earlier was true. One of the dumb ones should have snuck into their little game instead of her.
I'm not at full power, but sitting in that net gave me a moment. I have some control over Sakura's chakra now. It's a little different from mine, but we both did a lot of the same training. I suppose that makes it a little easier for me.
Reassured, Hinata leans against Ino's shoulder and sighs herself.
I'm glad. This whole thing is a bit scary. I haven't been of any use. Just dead weight. Wouldn't it be easier to just leave me behind?
Pondering the rather compelling thought, Ino sadly shakes her head in protest as the girls approach a larger tree, the hollowed inside.
I'm not going to ditch you. Now shut up for a second. We'll hide in here.
Going into the trunk of the tree, it was surprisingly spacious. It seemed like it had been used before by someone who even had some tools within it. Being set down on her feet, Hinata goes right to one of the several tables within the trunk and begins to poke at some of the beakers. Odd liquids, different charts, random crazy sounding notes laying around. The Tree Hollow lab had it all.
This place is strange. Was someone really using a place like this for research?
Tossing over some notes, Ino scans through them quickly, trying to find anything of use.
Yeah, it seems it's been used by the ones it seems it has been used. It seems it has been used.
Was being used.
Yeah, it seems like it was being used by the ones chasing us.
Throwing a stack of papers towards Anada, the signature on one of the many papers had Tsunane's name written across.
I'm guessing she set up camp here to get what she needed ready for this whole head swapping thing. Rubbing at her neck.
Walks over to one of the tables. One of the taller beakers, and peers into a reflection within it.
Seeing our heads really connected to a different body like this is, I don't know. It felt so weird too, but it happened so quickly.
Doing the same, Anada rubs at her own neck, then scratches at her cheek.
I feel so odd, being in an older woman's body, but my head is known. It is an odd feeling. This really isn't some genjutsu. At least my eyes can't see through it if it is.
Thud. Ino takes several steps back. The book that was in her hands now on the floor.
No, Hanada, it really isn't a genjutsu. Even I wasn't sure at first, but oh wow.
Rubbing on the back of her head, confused, Hanada walks over beside Ino and looks down at the book.
What's wrong? Did this say something bad?
Biting at her thumb's nail, Ino nods her head slowly.
Well, yes and no. I understand some of it, but not everything. If Tsunade made all of this, she borrowed. Tsunade made all of this, she borrowed probably from others and made it.
Oh.
Tsunade made all of this, she borrowed. Made all this. Borrowed jutsu. And I made all this swapping stuff from borrowed jutsu, probably from others. I made all this swapping stuff. Tsunade made all this swapping stuff from borrowed jutsu that she can bind to make them all better. It's a complex jutsu. It needs a lot to do it. It needs a lot. And needs a lot to do it. It seems like with everything she was able to seal 3 scrolls of it. She used one on us already. But she plans on correcting her mistake with one of the extras.
Crouching down, Ino picks the book back up and holds it to her side.
Though, I did also notice something. As a way to turn things back to normal, though I don't know how to do the jutsu.
Having no medical knowledge herself, Hinata looks to the ground, sullen.
Well, that means we really do have to find help. Can we even do that? And I mean, do we really need help? We could maybe just explain things fully to Sakura and Tsunade, and maybe they'll just stop things themselves.
Ino stares blankly at Ino.
At Hanada, making the shy girl twist a finger around her hair nervously. What is it? You don't have to stare. I'm just saying, we've known them both for some time. They can't just do something like this and try to force us into something we don't want. That's just not who they are.
Squeezing at her temple, Ina points toward the exit of the lab.
Look, we already saw They set up traps for us, even. Stop worrying about who they are as people. We need to get out of here. And get this book into the village's hands. We can get ourselves changed. We can get ourselves changed back, and we can get Tsunade and Sakura some help. Whatever it is they need. Whatever it is they need. Whatever it is they need.
A bit more reassured, Hinata nods happily and walks over to the exit with a bit more energy in her movements.
Really, Hinata? We'll be able to get through all this. You just need to trust me, Hinata. Keep searching for them too as we move. They probably think we'd go to their lab, so we do need to leave now. Crunch. Munch. Wanna have some brunch?
The twigs snap under Sakura's feet. She had been searching around, but Hinata's abilities really were making it hard for her to catch up. Those girls fell into a trap, even. And Sakura was falling behind.
I blame this body. Tsunade's body is not what I expected at all. I can't believe Tsunade wants it. She wants it just to try and woo Naruto. Even if he likes Tsunade, doesn't mean he'll like you just because you have her body. What happened? Weird. Oh. Wondering what that was. Where was I? Don't sit just to try and win Naruto, even if he likes Hinata, maybe. Doesn't mean he'll like you just because you have her body. She was saying completed Jutsu. Though. I think she had a little more to it. I'll have to ask her later.
Cursing to herself and kicking at small rocks, Sakura was getting fed up with her chase. The lab Tsunade had been working in now, coming into view.
Huh. They did seem to be running this way. This must have been the place Lady Tsunade mentioned.
Walking into the building, Sakura notes right away the papers that had been tossed around.
I don't see your research book. You couldn't have taken it, could they? We'll go to the village for sure. This forest. In this forest, they either have to go around or go through me and Tsunade, though. Hinata's abilities. With Hinata's abilities, maybe. Hinata's abilities? Maybe? Ino got adjusted.
Biting on her lip, Sakura's shoulders lower.
Damn it all. Why do I have to keep putting up with this crap? Tsunade better pull her weight. At this point, I want to just tell her to swap my head and deal with the body she has now. Ino's body would be enough. Wow, Naruto. I don't think that knucklehead exactly has standards.
Clenching her hand into a fist, Sakura bolts from the tree. Lab spotting Tsunade walking toward the building herself.
Hey, Tsunade.
with a hefty leap. Sakura lands right in front of Tsunade and quickly points toward the lab. We need to do something. It looks like the two, it looks like those two got their hands on some of your notes. They bring them to the village. Okay, we're almost to the spice, to the meat, to the meaty, gravy-filled center. With a grunt, Tsunade turns around and starts walking, her hand grabbing Sakura's own to make her follow along. I can't believe this! Though, even if frustrated, Tsunade's lips part ever so slightly into a smile, one that was off-putting enough to even make Sakura turn her head away. I think I have something for those two. We can move faster than them anyway. If they're just going to keep skirting around us, we'll just make them come to us. Hinata and Ino finally reach the village gate. Running on through it, a few people give them a quick... A few people give them a glance. A few people glance at them. Running on through it, a few people glance at them, but most people pay them no mind. The girls' necks were more or less covered, so even if the bodies did not exactly fit the style of their heads, to many it would just seem like an outfit swap. Ino, Hinata pants, running along. Hinata pants, running along. Now inside the gate. Now inside. Now inside the village. Now inside the village. She was forced to keep walking on her own, already missing the Princess Carrie to help her old bones along. She wasn't really forced to. Where are we going with this document? Sliding her foot against the dirt path to halt herself to a stop, Ino looks back and forth between buildings, staring up the path to the Hokage building. And where are we going? Ed, biting at her lip, Ino looks down another road toward the Leaf Hospital. Okay, yeah, just looking between the Hokage building. Staring up the path to the Hokage building, and biting at her lip, Ino looks down the other road toward the Leaf Hospital. It'd probably be best for us to go to the Hokage mansion. Going to the hospital, they may have gotten there somehow. Kakashi, though, can make sure Sakura puts an end to this. End to things at last. At least. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Sliding her foot against the dirt. Oh wait, no, I read that part. Read wrong part. Little down. Little down. A little more down. With a nod of confirmation. Hinata deactivates her eyes and leans up against leans up against Ino's side. Good then.
I don't think I could keep up with this body. My eyes are starting to hurt too. Who is in also? We need to finish this up. Hopefully Lord Six can talk sense into Sakura.
Helping Hinata walk along, moves along the path, only faint mumbles being spoke. Only faint mumbles being spoken around them now and again. Did feel it a bit odd that the people would not be questioning them or asking anything. No other ninja seemed to be around the area either. Though with everything that had happened lately, they were mostly focused on guarding the gates.
Still, we're past the gates. Hinata, you didn't see anything strange when we first entered, did you?
Wiping sweat from her brow again. Hinata shakes her head, trying to make her breathing more calmed, more clammed.
Calm, the correct word? No, nothing strange. At least not that my eyes could see.
I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, that's the right one. Maybe it was a weird space or something. That is the right word, though. That is correct word. Well, we're getting there.
Hinata's heeled shoes clack against the stone of the Hokage building. They had made it, walking in through the front door, nodding towards some of the workers, going up the spiral stair path. The girls really had made it, and somehow avoided Tsunade and Sakura. Ino takes the chance to knock on the Hokage office door. Hinata is still feeling a bit too weak running around everywhere.
Hinata, we should be fine now. You can walk on your own, right?
Giving a reassuring nod, Hinata wobbles, but stands herself up straight, crossing her arms under her breast.
I should be fine now. I think I caught my breath.
Not hearing any response from the door, Ino pushes it right open. The Land of Fire Hokage hat was on the chair, resting on someone's head.
Hello?
Ino walks into the room with Nada. The sun was a bit blaring, so she could not see the person's face in the reflection of the window.
Kakashi? I was just knocking, and you didn't say anything. Sakura and Tsunade, I'm not sure what's wrong with them, but they, well, I guess if you turned around, it would be easier to see.
Taking a dramatic pause, Ino gives a pat to her flat chest.
They swapped our heads. We're all mixed up, like freaks or something. I have no idea why they would do something like this, but apparently I wasn't even part of the plan. That's like the worst offense of all. Apparently Sakura won Tsunade's body and Tsunade won Hinata's. And they were just going to leave Hinata confused without a care, or even asking for consent. Wait.
Takes a deep breath, and yet again waits for a response.
Look, really, I even have proof here that says their plans and describes the Jitsu. Now answer me. Now answer me. Freak!
The chair creaks. Then, the hat falls to the floor.
What?
Inara rubs at her eyes, doing her best to focus, but nothing was there to focus on. No one was in the chair.
Ino, I don't understand.
Ino waves a hand in front of Hinata and starts looking back and forth. One second. Waves a hand in front of Hinata and starts looking back and forth, ready for any possible fight.
I don't understand either. What the heck happened to Kakashi? He should be here today.
Then, and Hinata both fall to the floor unconscious. Sakura and Tsunade both rubbing at the side of their hands. It was simple enough for them to hide on the ceiling since they had easier control over chakra.
It's Catra.
Picking up Ino into her arms, Sakura rolls her eyes and scoffs.
Huh. She isn't a very good ninja if she didn't think to look up. Well, we got them finally. Hospital basement then?
Picking up Hinata with a turn more difficulty. Tsunade nods back. Yes. Yes, now let's hurry up.
The correct voice for Tsunade. The real Tsunade voice.
Yes, now let's hurry up. This girl's body isn't that strong physically, even with my enhancements. With a snicker passing her lips, Tsunade gives a little cock of her head back toward the Hokage hat. Really, though, getting Kakashi to leave his office by using some perverted book. Guess everyone has their own thing. But Sakura, I think... things... discuss... I don't... No. Oh. So, guess everyone has their own. Really, though, getting Kakashi to leave his office by using some perverted book. Guess everyone has their own thing, but Sakura, I think we have a few things to discuss on the way. I don't want these girls to trouble us anymore. So, I want you to humor this idea I have.
Yeah, I just want to see this process and see this animated. Torture room. Sakura is just nodding her head. I like it. I like it. I accept that. I appreciate that. I like my torture room. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Give me a few more fluorescent lights, a few more humming. Oh yeah, yeah, I can do that one. Anyways.
A low buzzing hum of fluorescent lights, the cool touch of concrete floor, the tight tug of a leather strap at the wrist and ankles. Ino slowly opens her eyes. A cement room before her, with Hinata across from her, attached to the same type of table Ino was. Attached to the same type of table, and it would be implied. Oh, great. Not again. No. That would be more ironic if I had her say not again. Not that this has happened before. No. Ino fidgets right away, trying to wiggle herself from the bindings, but they were just too tight against her body. Not cooking at all, she said. With binding. With something binding her chakra control. With something binding her chakra control now, she seemed unable to weave chakra at all. You know, it'd be more snobby. What the hell is this place? Sakura, Tsunade, where are you? I barely had chakra to use in the first place with this flat board body, and now I can't use it at all? Come out, you cowards. Yeah, that's better. Tsunade steps into the room from an iron door and glares right at Ino. With a little anger in her voice, Tsunade walks right up to Ino and gets within an inch of her face and gives her a little smooch. That does not happen. That's not that kind of story. Unless I want to make it one. You know how much of this plan got messed up because of you. You probably don't. Well, we're going to make sure you're never a problem. This whole thing, you never saw anything. You were never even part of it, alright? Before Ino is given a chance to speak, Tsunade shoves a ball into Ino's mouth. The ball with two straps on the side that snap together to hold it in place. Unable to speak, Ino is left to keep fidgeting against the table, holding her down. There you are. I'm getting tired of you spewing all your nonsense. Be a good girl and shut up for a while, won't you? Drool on your little ball there for a moment. Lifting up a scroll from her side, Tsunade unfurls it just like within the forest, and the text slides right off the scroll and spreads across the ground's cold floor. Across the ground. Across the cold floor. I can just say cold floor. It's the ground, because I said floor, so I don't need to say ground. Just shut up for a while, won't you? Get it? She's asking her to shut up, but she has a ball gag in her mouth, so she can't speak anyway. It's funny. Get rid of up, because I said lifting, so I don't need up there. Redundant. Don't want redundancy. Unless it's haha funny redundancy. I've added like 200 words so far, by the way. Keeps getting longer. Anyway. Minecraft marketer coming in to buy stuff. But no, it's supposed to be Ino, bound and gagged. It was a sight to wake up to. Hanana's eyes were staring at Tsunade and Ino.
What?
Muttering softly, Hanana could feel the leather straps on her wrists and legs. She was in the same position as Ino, attached to a table that was slightly slanted. Just Hanana had no gag in her mouth.
What are you doing to Ino, Lady Tsunade? Are you giving her a treat?
Attached to
a slightly slanted table. Isn't that what I wrote? I guess there's one more alliteration. Slightly slanted sable.
Licking at her lips, Tsunade starts weaving hand signs together. That's what I want there. Her head tilting back to look toward Hanada. Oh, don't you worry, dear. I'm just getting rid of the problem. She wanted to help you, but now, well, I'm tired of it. Hanada, you caused all this yourself. Tsunade's hands start weaving signs and grab right at Ino's neck. Even with the fidget spinner. Even with the fidgeting, Tsunade squeezes and rips effortlessly. Ino's flesh tears right at the neck seam. Right at the neck seam, blood dripping from the open wound. As the head detaches from the body, Ino's eyes tear, and drool runs off from her lips, mixing with the blood dripping from her neck. The bone of the neck cracks and breaks apart, but the pieces of the bone on Sakura's body repairs itself. Laughing loudly, Tsunade drops Ino's head out of her hands. Drops Ino's head. I can just say drops Ino's head. Ino's own blood covering her old body. Now that the trash is out of the way, Sakura can start things properly now.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want to edit that a little bit.
Here. Mixing blood dripping from her neck.
Yeah, I guess I don't need to describe the blood. Like, that describes it. People know what blood is. We're going on the assumption that the person reading knows what blood is. And what Naruto is. Which they probably will, if they look up Naruto fanfiction to read.
Sakura opens up the door now, and shuts it behind herself, a grin parting her lips.
We've already come this far. We may as well finish things for sure now, huh? Just remember, Tsunade, me first.
Sakura gives a sheepish giggle. Hinata watching in horror as Tsunade now was putting her hands around Sakura's own neck. Blood smudging.
Do I want something like that? That might sound better.
Sakura gives a sheepish giggle. Hinata watching in horror as Tsunade now is putting her hands around Sakura's own neck. even with the red blood smudging against. Let me see. Hands around Sakura's own neck. Tsunade is putting her hands around Sakura's neck. Even if Tsunade seemed to be squeezing hard though, Sakura looked calm. Even with the red blood smudging against the skin of her neck. Yeah, that's fine. Just to describe it a little further. It's good. That's okay. It's acceptable. Acceptable. Okay. Words are fine. That's fine. It's fine. Me first. Fine. Once again. Twist. Twist, splatter, crack. Tsunade once again rips another girl's head off. Right before Hinata's eyes. Why does Grammarly think like another is not a real word? I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Hinata once again rips another girl's head off right before Hinata's eyes. Blood splashes and splatters across Tsunade's face as she twists Sakura's neck off of Hinata's body, making the skin rip away. Then the crack disconnects the bone from Sakura's head. Wait. Then the crack disconnects the bone. Then the crack disconnects the bone, and the head comes completely off. Sakura's. Though. Rest. Thanks. And detached. Tsunade's hands. Sakura's head still blinks. However, yeah. Disconnects the bone and the head comes completely off. Sakura's head still blinks, however, even detached and Tsunade's in it. No, I need to make this grosser. Even detached and dripping in Tsunade's head. Hinata did not understand any of it. Sakura was still moving somehow. It's just a head. What is it, Hinata? Sakura's lips move. Her eyes keep blinking. A voice comes from her, but her head was dripping blood from the neck. The flesh and bone exposed. Still with pieces. Awesome. We'll make it even grosser. But her head was dripping blood from the neck, the flesh and bone exposed, still with pieces of muscle attached. Yeah, that sounds fine. Well. Yeah. I want to say marrow.
Or, I don't know. I could just say meat. A flesh and bone exposed with pieces of meat. With pieces of meat still attached. Just make it say meat, so it gives it like a weirdly inhuman characteristic to the scene. Like, oh wait, you're calling it meat? Why are you calling it meat? Flesh and bone exposed. Still. Pieces of meat attached. My brothers, Conqueror is still moving somehow, as just ahead. Yeah, no, I had it right. Get away! Hinata tries to raise her.
Hinata tries to raise her voice, but she only manages a whimper. Her wrists pushing against the leather straps, making them start to turn red.
I don't want any part of this. Get away from me.
Shaking her head, Tsunade grabs a table and rests Sakura's head down on it, right beside Hinata's table. Oh, come on, Hinata. Oh, right. Oh, come on. What is it, Hinata? Grabbing Ino's head by the neck bone, Tsunade hoists the head above Hinata, letting some of the blood drip down onto her. It doesn't matter what you want. Me and Sakura decided to do this. We wanted to be nice and clean about things. I refined the jutsu so long, and then this brat here. She ruins everything. You know what else? She even kept running away, and blabbing about how wrong me and Sakura were. Sakura giggles and spits right into Ino's face, hitting the girl's cheek.
That pig made us have to resort to using this version instead. The other one takes so long, but this one is a lot faster. But we decided to use this too. To be a little mean to Ino.
To Hinata's own horror, Ino's eyes were still moving, the tears staining Ino's face and her own drool and blood from being held upside down. I don't know where I was going with this. In Hinata's own horror, Ino's eyes were still moving, his tears staining Ino. Even with the tears staining Ino's face and her own drool and blood from being held upside down. Ordering her. Even with the tears staining Ino's face and her own drool and blood. Staining Ino's face and her own... Okay. Even with the tears staining her face and her own drool and blood dripping off her from being held upside down, she still moved. That sounds better. The girl was only able to murmur through the gag, but even if she had the same treatment as Sakura, it seemed so different. Ino seemed like she was actually... It seemed like she was actually losing blood, the color of her skin turning a bit paler, and her eyes seeming fatigued. Sakura, on the other hand, had blood running off the table she was on, but seemed like she was completely fine.
What?
Hinata did not want to ask, but she manages to squeeze the words out.
What are you even going to do with her now?
I don't know, like throw her on a mantle. Capital M for Wonder if this would be considered snuff. Probably. To someone. It's always snuff to someone. What do we got? Does not include the word. Why don't you give me the correct word then? Rise. Isn't hoisting a word? Hoisting. To hoist. Raise. By means of ropes and pulleys. Oh, I put the I in the wrong place. Hoisting. Tsunade tosses the head carelessly into the back corner of the room. A thud, a sloshing sound of blood splatter. Of spatter. And then a few whimpers of pain. We'll put her back, of course. Nothing to fear. I'm just covered in blood and your friend's crying in the corner with her head severed. It's okay. Hinata did not want to believe Tsunade's words at all. Though Tsunade spoke as if she was... Wait, what? I just wasn't serious here, wasn't? No. Though Tsunade spoke as if she was serious, even while hoisting Hinata's body up into her arms and throwing it on an empty table. Now this body will be ready for me, and you're going on Sakura's. Walking back over, Hinata, the hands that had been ripping away now grip at Hinata's neck. Walking back over to Hinata, the hands that... Blood. Walking back over to Hinata, the hands that now have blood caked into the fingernails. Yeah, this sounds better. Sounds grosser. I want to gross it, right? Walking back over to Hinata, the hands that now have blood caked into the fingernails grip at Hinata's neck. Proper place. Where's keeping this? Okay, hands that now have blood caked into fingernails gripping on us. Hinata taps her fingers playfully against her. Now in position, Tsunade taps her fingers playfully against the neck, making sure they were in proper place, the voice keeping the same serious tone. Don't worry. Since you're the last one I'm doing here, this will be quick for you. No waiting around like Sakura. Something like that. Not as good as yesterday's sound effect. I was trying to make the right sploosh. We'll get the sploosh in a second though, it's okay. Once again. A head is pulled off of a body. Hinata tries to scream, but her throat feels dry. Like a voice was not coming, she keeps opening her mouth, trying to like a voice. Once again, the head is pulled off a body. Hinata tries to scream, but her throat feels dry. It was like her voice was stuck in a I'll just say in a second. It's like her voice was stuck in place. No words come. No words form. Hinata's head. Hinata's head had no ability to move. That's fine. Could not. No words form. Nana's head could not move. Only blink and move her lips. Walk away. Could not move. She could not walk away, not turn away. Her eyes were crying, and the fear she had seemed to make it so her throat was paralyzed. It was hard to breathe, hard to speak. Was it because she had no body? Sakura seemed so fine. Because she had no body? No body. I would just be able to do a lot of puns. I think it wants me to do puns. Trying to avoid it. Trying my best. She could still hear. Hinata could hear everything. The soft sobs of Ino. The soft giggles of Sakura. The clack of Tsunade walking with Ino's body. Maybe it was because she became so numb to things that she could hear more. The pulse of Sakura's warm body. The smell of copper. Some of the blood was drying up already. Hinata could feel her hand quiver, ever so slightly. But what was she to do? Don't need a quote there. Slorp, slosh, creak, crack. The feeling was so hard to explain. Hinata's neck was pushed against the empty spot on Sakura's body. Sakura's body's shoulders. The feeling is warm at first, painfully aware of your own bodies. Your own bodies, every inch, felt far too odd. The foreign body Hinata was being placed on was just just felt uncomfortable. The flesh merges with flesh, and Hinata's skin was more pale. It was paler than Sakura, so it was easy to tell the difference at the neckline. I'll just say it's a birth defect now, it's okay. As soon as the skin connects, the muscle tissue sloshes about and bone creaks and cracks, connecting together. Connecting to mend itself, even if the wrong body. In theory, Nana could not help have a random thought that this jutsu probably could have been used to actually help people. Actually help people missing limbs. If it could even mend bones, giving someone donated body parts from the dead. Who knows what it could be good for? If such a thought was just trying to comfort herself. That something good could come from all this. Her body tenses. It was like self-induced sleep paralysis. Hinata's body felt like it existed, but moving even her finger an inch felt painful, strange, and almost impossible. But moving her finger an inch felt painful, strange, and almost impossible. Her head was really attached to Sakura's body now. When she gained Tsunade's body, it felt so easy to instantly move, even if it felt odd. Not wanting to waste time, Tsunade yawns into her bloody palm, and walks over to Sakura's head, lifting it up. Lifting it into her hands. Your turn now. Hurry up with me too. I'll undo the straps ahead of time. Without as much of a display. Tsunade pushes Sakura's neck into Tsunade's bodies. Tsunade pushes Sakura's neck into Tsunade's. Vacant. Why is that there? They and vacant neck hole. Tsunade pushes Sakura's neck into Tsunade's. Into the vacant neck hole. Vacant neck hole of Tsunade's original body. Once again, the merging process takes place, but Sakura does not whimper or complain. With Hinata watching from a distance, she could barely believe how well she was accepting it. Tsunade did as she said, too, and undoes the wrist and ankle straps and lays herself down on another operating table herself. Maybe it was because they were medical ninja, was why it did no harm to them. Did not harm them. Was why it did not harm them. Nana also thought the only other thing it could be is that Tsunade and Sakura were both facing Hinata and Ino were both forcing Hinata and Ino to feel pain when they did not have to, as some form of punishment. Finally. Sakura gets off the table and weaves a simple hand sign, her body seeming not fatigued or as old. I can't believe you got around like that, Hinata, even if the jutsu was active. Huh.
Not using the full strength. Well, I got the body I wanted.
Sakura sighs contentedly, a hand over her new, well-endowed chest. Anada.
Ananda, you do have a nice chest, and I guess you are a bit built like Tsunade, but nothing beats the real thing.
Sighing on the table, Tsunade waves her hand to Sakura. Yeah. Hurry it up. We've wasted enough time as is. With a sigh herself, Sakura walks over to Tsunade now and straddles herself over Tsunade, grabbing at Tsunade's neck.
I'll be as quick as you then, Sensei.
She wouldn't call her Sensei. With a smirk, Sakura pulls at Tsunade's neck. And sure enough, her flesh rips. Her bone cracks, and Tsunade's head is lifted off Ino's body. Sakura manages to somehow not get as much blood on herself, and she attaches Tsunade's head to Anada's body right away as well. Tsunade's head seems to take a minute to adjust, but she too gets up from the table, and both Sakura and Tsunade give their new bodies another look over.
Seems everything is complete.
We just have to final act then. Walking over to Ino's head, Tsunade hoists it back up and throws it at the table with Ino's body. Once again, the head whimpers. Blood soaked into the blonde hair. This body feels so youthful, with my knowledge. Yes, this will be nice. Sakura rolls her eyes, but calmly waits. Tsunade actually twisting Ino's head back onto Ino's original body. Here, girl, stop all your crying. Ino's neck mends. Ino's neck mends, the muscles undulate, the bones crack and repair. Ino looked like herself once more, body and head. She was the only girl there now with her body intact. Then Tsunade weaves another few hand signs and grabs a scroll that was resting on a table. The blood within the room, on the girl's clothes and bodies. It all sucks into the scroll and seals away just like that. Though Tsunade's hand stays rested on Ino's forehead. This next jutsu is a special one. It gets rid of certain memories. Because why not? Plot convenience. Our little fun was just for us. No need for you to deal with it. Ino's eyes shimmer for just a moment, and then she falls to sleep, and Tsunade unclasps the gag and removes it from the girl's mouth. Chirp sounds. The sound of a bird. The sound of birds. The sound of birds hum around the village. Why is this italicized? I must have accidentally left it italicized. The sound of birds hum around the village. Ino is taken home, and Sakura, Tsunade, and Hanada were left together. Sakura was made to watch Hinata, though they both were just waiting in the park. Since Hinata still could not use her chakra in a foreign body, well, she was no real threat. With most matters settled, Tsunade finally arrives back with the girls, large smile on her face. As she puts a hand to her lip, enjoying the new youthful energy. Hand to her hip, enjoying the new youthful energy. Well, it seems everything has worked out. Hinata, this whole mess didn't even have to happen if you just kept still. I can't believe Ino had to get involved. Biting at her lip, Hinata rubs nervously at the side of her arm, looking at her feet, which felt odd since normally she could not see them. Get it, because she's flat-chested. More Sakura's flat jokes. I don't want to be Sakura. This is all wrong. I want to be, well, myself. Give me my body back, Tsunade. Sakura and Tsunade both grin at one another. Tsunade already weaving a few hand signs together. Well, you see. Tsunade voice becomes sterner. Well, you see. His voice becomes sterner yet also cocky at the same time. I got everything I wanted. Those notes, I burned them all. The lab is gone now too. The only loose ends is the three of us. Remember the jutsu I used on Ino just a few hours ago? The only loose ends are the three of us. Remember the jutsu I used on Ino a few hours ago? She'll wake up with no memory of any of that happening, but what about us? Our bodies, our knowledge. Stopping the hand signs, Tsunade nods towards Sakura, and she starts to make a small circle on the ground, with some scribbles within it. So you'll be the new Sakura, that's just fine. That scroll filled with a good amount of blood, so we can use most of that as an offering. That scroll's filled with a good amount of blood, so we can use most of that as an offering. You wanted Naruto, but I wanted more. If anyone deserves his love, it's me, Liquid Snake. And he deserves my love. Truly, the best crossover fanfic ever. That would be kind of funny, though. Hinata's eyes twitch, actual anger finally building in her as she clenches her fist, stepping right up to Tsunade. This whole thing, everything, you just wanted my Naruto? He's mine. You can't just take my body and call yourself the new Hinata. No one will believe you. Your face is still the same. I'm still Hinata and Sakura's still Sakura. You just switched our heads. Hinata takes a few panting breaths, her cheeks a little red from speaking up. You can't just take away the person I love. Yawning into her hand, Sakura shrugs and waves off Hinata's words. You can say what you want. We only need to make a few people believe we are who we are. We are who we say we are. Then slowly change everyone else's mind. You don't have the power to do anything about it. We've started the process. And now, we'll get rid of our own knowledge of the jutsu. I'll be the new Tsunade, you'll be the new Sakura, and Naruto will love the new Hinata. Flash. Tsunade crosses her fingers together, and the circle between them all flashes. Tsunade smiles at Hinata widely. A final comment what she always wanted to say to the girl. Naruto only belongs to me, little girl.
Truly, the only comment she ever wanted to say. Must be their emotion. Save. Okay. Now, epilogue. Yeah, you know, I thought the same too. You're so cool, Hinata.
Laughing, shoulders hitting now and again, hands being held by one another. Truly, a pair had never been so in love before. Hinata and Naruto were the up-and-coming power couple of the Leaf, with Hinata's powerful medical and fighting abilities.
Wait, that's not...
And Naruto, the soon-to-be Lord Seventh. Life was peaceful. Wonderful even as the young generation slowly grew into adulthood to start their lives on leading the next to come. Though peace and love spreading about, other emotions and thoughts still crept on the air. Lady Tsunade found new amazing medical achievements. Many say her achievements are even better before. Oh yeah. Say her achievements are even better. Are even better, like something happened to her. Or, like something happened to her to give her a new youthful approach to problems. Though something had changed, not everyone got a happy end. Sakura was alone, by herself, living alone. Not with her parents anymore, no lover to speak of. It was thought she liked Sasuke before, but he ended up running off with some redhead saying their bloodlines would be able to properly protect the world from aliens. Sakura was just left alone. Some say something about her changed. Those awkward looks she gives towards such happy couples like Hinata and Naruto always seem so pained. Though, life always ends up moving on, whether we want it to or not. This is the Twilight Naruto Zone.
Okay, well that's done. That has been completed. Blood has been spilled. The price has been paid. Everything is good now. So yeah, now I just need to post it. Oh wait, did I make it too long though now? I hope I didn't make it too long now. I might have made it too long now. I really hope I didn't. Better not be too long, or else I'm gonna be mildly perturbed. Oh my god, it's too long. Well, crap. Just delete the epilogue. We don't need any endings. They can just have what happened. Forget how much you can have. I don't know what to delete though. Like, it all works together, you know? Failed to replace in bulk DB. Text must be smaller than 64 KB. Can I just like compress the file? That'd be nice. I don't know what I could delete or not delete.
I guess I would just have to cut it into parts. Or put it as a PDF.
I don't like putting it as a PDF though, because then no one reads it. They don't want to look at a PDF. Let me see something. On their literature thing. Pop it. On DA's crappy literature writing tool. Can I fit the whole thing on this one? I think I made it crash. The only problem with this one is you have to space everything yourself. It sucks. They could have at least used HTML code or something so I could space it by faster. But nope. It just sucks. It just sucks. How am I supposed to do proper paragraph breaks? If it doesn't let me use the Keyblade. Shut up. You know what? Here, this is what I'm doing right now. You can ignore my running swag button. This is the terrible submit literature thing that DA has. They make me space everything manually. But I want to see if it will let me post it with this file size. Or if it's going to tell me I still can't. Luckily it seems to keep bolds now. So that's nice. I don't know why it doesn't keep spacing. Not keeping spacing, but keeping bolds. Kinda weird, isn't it? Like, why can't you keep one together? Both. I mean, I wouldn't even care about the bolds. The bolds are easy to fix. The spacing is the annoying part. Fix the spacing issue first. Let me copy and paste my stuff. I don't want to write on your crappy text writer. They have another thing that I can just copy and paste from still, but yeah. That one has the file size limit, so we are checking if this one does not. I don't know if these are going to be spaced properly too, because of how it is, so hopefully it is. Usually you can tell where the paragraph breaks are based on where I pressed entered the original thingy. So annoying. Crunch. This. Oh, I always forget that if you're actually on here, it tells you who favored your stuff. Well, I'm glad people are liking the new caption. But, get out of my face. Okay, this is the nut scene where hijinks ensues. No one expects the blood head ripping off coming up. I like how I'm putting this effort in. It's probably going to tell me that I can't do it this way. I'm just assuming that the upside of using their crappy editor is that they let you post any size story, but it's probably not going to be. There's probably no upside to using their crappy editor. When they start the chase. Oh, you can do it. There you go. And it even takes forever to space. EA just sucks. Finish the story. You actually post it. Come on. Some people's livelihoods, not mine, but some people. Not good enough for it to be my livelihood. But I am mediocre enough to keep doing it anyway. Nino gets in the way. Get jumbled, fumbled, fumbled. Russell. Okay, this is the next day stuff. I could probably get rid of that. I wasn't sure how to transition it. Just my style. Style of using sound effects for transitional words. The longer paragraphs are harder. Find the paragraph breaks. Define the breaks in there. Okay. Brand title. Copy. Paste. Submit. Wow, it actually lets you do it? It's weird. It's kind of terrible too. Ugh. I don't know. Blood. Hashtag gore. Endless. Some people are into that. Body swap, I guess. Technically. They do swap bodies. Just people usually don't mean it that literally. That's okay. Okay. How much did I have to remove? Seeing how much I had to remove the other story. Apparently a lot. Blah blah, random deviant start stuff. Get banned on Twitch, deviant art stuff. Other Naruto story. Probably need to go through this story again and look at the paragraph breaks again. Fortunately. Because I don't think it got them all right. But it got the story up in general. Touching DAs, crappy. Wait. I have to say crappy system. This is important for everyone to see. Actually, it's not. I probably shouldn't be showing this. We're good now. I don't know, I guess it's fine. Sakura, Haruno. Character. Hino. Yabla. That one. Tsunade. Senju. I can't have more than 3 characters listed? That's weird, but okay. I'll be good. Oh, I posted it. I mean, it looks like it's fine. Like, it looks like it's okay, right? I don't know if it made some of the bigger paragraphs not broken down. Well, some of the bigger pieces. Fine. And some of them are longer spoken. I just want to make sure they're actually broken up in the right places. Yeah, it's probably fine. Yes, look at my advertisements. For swag bucks, I can get like 5 pennies every day. I got 15 pennies so far, I was lying. But if you join swag bucks now with this code, I mean, if they wanted to sponsor me. Not that I think they would. That'd be weird. I don't like do anything else. Man, it's been like 4 hours. It took me like 4 hours to proofread. Well, I guess it more took 3 hours to proofread. It took me like an hour to make a caption. Because I decided to make a PNG when I didn't have to. But we all put in effort, right? We all put in our own efforts. It's all good. It's all blue. All blue. All blue, Sanji. All blue. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat stuff, so see ya around in junk. I'll probably still be writing more tomorrow. Because I have to catch up on more work still. I wasn't sure how long proofreading this would take. I knew it would take a little long since it was 10,000 words, but... Well, I'll try and get another caption done tomorrow, and then write that fairy tale story. I might try and figure out a title for it today. I don't know if I'll be able to write it on my own. Usually when I say I do it on my own, I don't. I have to do it on stream. But I guess if stream makes sure I actually work, then it's good that I'm streaming, right? Either way, I am gonna go for now then. Find something to eat and all that stuff. So, for anyone who dropped in, thank you guys for watching and listening, or whatever you do to get off to this. Not get off in the weird way. Get off in like the enjoyable entertainment way. I made it weird now. But yeah, bye for real now. See ya.